Okay, is that? And okay, I think we're good. That was kind of weird. Um, yeah, first time I've had that problem since whoops. To be fair, this is also get back here. This is also my first stream since I had to upgrade to Windows 11. So, yeah, no SOs. That was my end apparently. So give me one moment, please. Desktop. Sorry, just gotta set things back up the way they're supposed to be. And I don't see it now. Yeah, let's see if that works. Okay. All right. Yeah, that was kind of weird. That was kind of weird. Anywho, where were we? Um, right. Okay. So, yeah, as I was saying, the thing about the thing about 3.5 for third edition, anyway, was when you leveled up, instead of putting it in a one class, you could put it in a two. You know, and the easiest way for my brain to um, the easiest way for my brain to parse that idea was, left side versus right side. And epic basically just meant you went beyond 20th level. By the time we finished the campaign, we were almost 40th. At which point you had the ability to, like, going to another plane was something you could do. Like, think the kind of things that planeswalkers in Magic can do, and this was like us on a regular basis. And so, the epic campaign in question was really fun because you got to do all sorts of crazy stuff. We had one player in our group who we like to refer to as the party diplomancer. Diplomancer? What? What the heck are you talking about? Um, that's the wrong one. This is the one I'm looking for. What I'm talking about is somebody whose diplomacy ability was so high, huh? Who's somebody whose diplomacy ability was so high that he could. He basically we encountered a Baylor, which is basically this giant, powerful demon who's like, the generals of demonic armies sort of thing. And we had. I'm just going to turn all these on. There we go. There, I don't know what's what, but that should work. Save. we encountered this powerful demon. Sorry, I think my computer may have gotten too warm and the fans hadn't come on. So I think that's why my computer suddenly crashed. Now turn around and told the computer, hey, by the way, turn all the fans on. That should cool things down enough to the point where it's reasonable. Anyway, so this one party member, like I said, his diplomacy score was so high, he could basically tell this demon, you're going to go home and you're going to think about what you did, and you're not going to come back for a very long time. And the demon's like, and because he's doing it with words and not with magic, this isn't a, you're messing with me. This is a, this isn't a, you're not getting into my mind, you're not illusions, this, that, whatever else. He's like, I know you're messing with me. I'm going to figure out how. I know you're messing with me. But he had to go back. He was convinced he had to go back. By the way, Holly, yes, you do know who this player is. We like to talk about him a lot. Anyway, his diplomacy score was so high that he could, at a moment's notice, decide, you know what? I don't think we feel like fighting today. What? I don't think we feel like fighting today. And basically talk his way out of the party having a fight with. Now, and here's the thing. In Dungeons and Dragons, you don't get experience for killing the monsters. You get experience for defeating the encounter. How you defeat the encounter is open to interpretation. There's a concept that came out in 3.0 called challenge rating. And a challenge rating of, let's say, 4 means it's supposed to be a fair challenge for a party of 4th level characters. A challenge rating of 12 is a fair encounter for a party of 12th level characters, so on and so forth. Traps can also have a challenge rating. So you put 2 and 2 together. How do you kill a trap? You can't. but you can disassemble it, you can this, that, whatever else. And this also means that defeating an encounter, you're dealing with a group of guards. Do you talk your way past them? Do you hide from them? Do you take them out? How do you handle an encounter with a group of guards? However you defeat the encounter, you should get the experience for it. So, he technically could do this to every single encounter that we got once he got probably about 6th level or so. At least 12th, but probably like 6th. So suddenly, that means that he could just decide, we're not having a fight today, and there'd be no fights. The flip side of that is we had probably like we had a healthy sized table. I think we had like 7 players. Think like Critical Role. I think we had like 7 players. And like 3 of them were combat focused. At least 2 of them were, I hit you really hard. And that was their entire shtick. So what happens when you take that away from them? So now, we go back to the Kitsune Paliador. And you think about the ability to untap it multiple times in the same turn. And suddenly, barring an effect, like I was saying before the stream crashed, of, barring an effect along the lines of Questing Beast. Sorry, I had to stop and think about the name of it for a moment. Barring an effect like Questing Beast, you could decide when and where combat happened. You could decide, oh look, you're going to, you're dealing 3 damage to everything. Okay, that's nice. I prevent all of it. You basically, this set up with a bunch of effects that say untap this multiple times a turn. You get to decide when and where combat happens. You get to be the party diplomancer. Is that a role you want to take on? I'm not going to say you should. I'm not going to say you shouldn't. I am going to leave that for you. But that's an option that you can pull off with this card. It has a much more powerful effect than it first appears. I am not liking this. Sorry, I'm looking at my CPU temps. I'm going to close some of these. What can I don't actually need that open either. Okay. That's enough shutdown for now. I hope that'll... That is really weird. Anyway. So if you decide you want to be the kind of person that can stop combat from happening, you run that and cards like Freed from the Real or Crab Umbra or anything else that can untap your creatures. Like basically enchant, uh, pay a easy cost ability, active ability. Hell, turn it into an artifact creature and then use Voltaic Construct. And then it's like 2 colon prevent the next wind damage to everybody. Does not prevent damage to planeswalkers, does not prevent damage to battles. Just creatures and players, but that's still going to be a lot. Heart of Light. Prevent all damage to be dealt to and by enchanted creature. I'm not sure I can think of a good place to put this. I feel like this is trying to be a variant on pacifism. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad card. I'm not saying it's a good card. I'm saying that's what I think this is supposed to be. I think this is supposed to be a twist on pacifism. What this will do is prevent any damage effects that are not strictly combat based. I need to see what is going on right now. Task manager. CPU. I don't see anything that's... I don't see anything that's doing a lot. Weird. Like, what is... And now it's cooling down. I don't know. It suddenly spun up, and my CPU ran up to 87.5 for a moment. Now let's restart you and see what happens. Wall of Glare. Okay, yes, that's kind of hilarious. Wall of Glare. Oh man. Wall of Glare is... You want to throw that in a Toughness Matters deck. You throw a Heart of Light on it. So, I mean, yes, Wall of Glare plus Heart of Light. You're either looking at a Toughness Matters deck or something that'll just jump in front of everything. The fact that it prevents all damage dealt by it doesn't matter when it's a 0-power creature to begin with. Prevent all damage to be dealt to it. That's actually kind of hilarious. Oh man. So that's... Has that actually seen Pauper play, that 2-card combination? Because if not, we got to make a note of that. Like, you're looking at a 2-card combo that would just... Again, you're looking at a 2-card combo that would shut down combat. Wow, that's just silly. I like that. Yeah, so anything that can block. Yeah, because I'm suddenly thinking. I mean, I know I'm looking at a lot of cards now, but if you added green, you get spider. Is it spider silk armor? The one that gives all your creatures, was it +0/+1 and reach? I think that's spider silk armor. Yeah, spider silk armor. So spider silk armor, heart of light, and wall of and like any creature that can block any number of creatures. And like you just shut down. You get to attack as much as you want. Your opponent's going, how the hell do I get through this? They need trample, or they need or they need trample, or they need horsemanship, or um horsemanship or shadow. They basically need those three things. If they don't have any of that, they're not getting through. That's just funny. And spider silk armor is spider silk armor would be, in my opinion, would be in the sideboard because heart of light plus wall of glare just does so much. And then you get to play white counter spells like Manitive. I wonder. That's why you're a terrible influence on me. ID equal white O colon counter target. Dawn Charm would work. Dawn Charm would stop removal. Dawn Charm would stop most spot removal because it's counter. It's um. Oh wow. Counter target spell that targets you. So anything along the lines of Diabolic Edict, unless it's a come into play ability. Regenerate target creature means it would survive an effect like Cast Down. You basically need exile removal. You need exile based removal, or you need a come into play ability. And then you get Lapse of Certainty to muck around with them. That's just funny. And then you throw a couple of Equinox on the sideboard just to mess around with people trying to do the um uh like Ponza decks. That's just funny. But yes, so Heart of Light does have some utility. 100 Talon Strike. um, honestly, unless you're building strongly on Splice, I wouldn't play it. +1/+0 and first strike to end a turn. Just you can do that. You can do better than that for 1 mana. And not only that, gaining a first strike is not hard in white anyway. Split tail Miko rather. I keep wanting to call him Mako. Miko. 2 mana for 1/1. Pay white and tap it. Prevent 2 damage to any target. So this is Semite Healer with a mana added to the activation cost, but preventing 2 damage. I kind of prefer this over Semite Healer. Like it's a coin toss. 1 damage to just tap, or 2 damage for white plus tap. And I mean, if I'm playing Commander, I'm running both. But then I want to be looking for the better version of those effects. If I'm looking for a card that I use once a turn, or once a turn cycle, I'm probably looking at Split Tail Miko. Wow, I did it again. If I'm looking at something that I can regularly untap, even if it's with like an effect like Seedborn Muse, Seedborn Muse / Drum Bellower / anything of that nature. If I'm looking at something I can regularly untap, I want Semite Healer. So they're similar, but they have two different. They are two different effects. Whoops. All right, let's get the blue down. Minimum's meddling. Honestly, most of the time this is just a more expensive counter spell. However, you are going to occasionally, where are you? There you are. You are occasionally going to run into people who are doing some kind of crazy shenanigans that are trying to play, like, if you've ever seen the High Tide deck in Pauper, for example. Basically how it runs is you want to be able to cast High Tide itself 2 or 3 times in the same turn to make your lands tap for extra mana. Well, that can be emulated by other means in Commander. So then what you want cards that have splice. You want arcane spells, and you want cards that have splice. And the arcane spells usually are going to be untapping permanents you control, usually lands. And the splice cards are usually drawing you cards. And so you want to put these together as much as possible to try and draw extra cards and untap extra lands to dig deeper into your deck and generate extra mana. And you win the game usually with a card like Stream of Thought replicated enough times that you can just mill your opponent and possibly try and force them to draw an extra card. Or you just wait until their turn and they try and draw a card for turn. I would not be surprised if there's the occasional person trying to trying to play stuff of that nature. In Commander. So if the occasional person is running an effect like that, You know, I I wouldn't behoove somebody for running Minimo's meddling because if you do end up if you do end up encountering a deck of that nature, having a card that not only counters a spell but potentially makes them discard say 3 cards, that's kind of that's kind of good and can really slow down no a combo deck based on the idea of high tide. And sure, if you're building a high tide deck in Commander, you're probably also running black because there's I think Bubbling Muck does something similar. Um, there's a plus you've got you know I don't know how many colors you would be playing. I wouldn't be surprised to find a blue green version because you've got oh, what do you call it? You're that giant beastie that makes lands tap for triple. Ah, power greater than 4. Nyx Bloom Ancient. You drop Nyx Bloom Ancient and you find cards that drop extra lands into play, and like your various um growth spiral effects and what have you. And you play stuff like this, and maybe you play effects along the lines of time spiral and turnabout and uh, frantic search and whatever else that can dig you into your deck and dig you deeper into your deck and untap extra lands and what have you. There's probably enough ways to do it. And yeah, you're probably also adding splice cards in there, arcane and splice cards in there, just to make sure you have enough other ways to pull this off. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's playing this because they've encountered that a couple of times before and they're like, especially if it's like a metagame call, go ahead. Not going to tell you not to. Quash, again, metagame call. Not a card that you can, um, unlike Scour before, not a card that you can just bam turn on. This is a card that you actually have to play. Your the okay. So there's only two. The big reason to play a card like this in general is because you want to remove all copies of a card that have the same name from somebody's deck. If this counters the spell, countering a spell takes the spell off the stack and puts it into the graveyard. Which then allows Quash to go find it, because it'll be at that point in the graveyard, and you can remove it. The worst it is at that point is an overcosted Dissipate. It's an overcosted narrow Dissipate. If you need another effect like that, go ahead. There's better options out there, but if that's a thing you need for your deck, that's a thing you need for your deck. I could actually see a deck based around counter spells that exile the spell. Either exile target spell or counter target spell. If it's countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into, or some variant thereof. And Quash would fall into that. But there's two cards, one that seems somewhat popular, that are instants or sorceries, that you can play any number of. Well, there's two that I know of. Dragon's Approach or Slimes Against Humanity. Slimes Against Humanity is the dangerous one because it makes a slime that is a 2/2 trample that gets +1/+1. It's not worded this way. That gets +1/+1 for each additional Slimes Against Humanity that's either already in the graveyard or exiled when the spell goes to resolve. So basically, it's a 0/0 slime with trample that gets a +1 counter for each Slimes Against Humanity that's either in the graveyard already or exiled. Then the spell resolves, so it doesn't get 1 for itself, but that's where it's getting the first two from, is the one you're casting. Anyway, and you can run a number of copies. So let's say, theoretically, let's say you run 50. So that means half your deck literally is slimes. So let's say you've got, I don't know, your opening hand of 7 is probably going to have, let's be nice, 3 slimes, 3 lands, and 1 something else. So turn 3 you play a slime. It's 2/2 trample. Turn 4 you play a 2/2 slime. Sorry, you play a 3/3 slime. Turn 5, you play a 4/4 slime. And you just keep playing them. Now all these cards end up in your graveyard. So somebody goes, cool, I'll exile your graveyard. Okay, now the slime cards are in exile. The next card that you play, the next slime that you play, is going to be a 2, 3, 4. It's going to be a 5/5 because I'll also count the ones in exile. You cast Quash. You're going to get all the remaining slimes out of the deck, all the remaining ones in hand, all the remaining ones in the graveyard. They all go to exile. If you miss one, they finally get to that one slime. Here you go. What? But you missed one. And it'll be like a, 50. So you count 49 because they're exiled. So it'll be a 51/51 trample that costs 3 mana. No big deal. Yeah, that's the kind of card that you want to. That's when you really want to have a Quash. Again, there's other cards that have a similar effect. But if you end up dealing with a card of that nature enough, you're going to want a Quash in your back pocket somewhere. It's a bad dissipate, but when it's useful, it's really good. Jetting Glassgate. It's a 6 mana 4/4 flyer, which doesn't sound amazing, but it basically has ward. Well, how big is the ward? No, it's got ward. The first time... Actually, that's not even true putting it that way. The first time somebody tries to target it in any given turn, that spell or ability is countered. It doesn't matter who tries to target it, just the first person that tries to counters it. So, Jetting Glassgate. I have a deck that I'm working on, and I think about. Well, actually, let me find out. Needs by deck. Where are you? Wow. I'm almost 3/4 of the way deck. 3/4 of the way done with it. Tulane. 28 cards left. My Tulane build is there to say I counter everything. Roughly half the deck's job is. Oh, you're trying to do what? I counter that. You're trying to. No, I counter that. You try. I counter that. The ideal plan, and I use the word ideal kind of loosely here. The ideal plan was I was going to build a deck such that anytime somebody cast something I didn't want to happen, I had a counter spell for it. It was either, a card like Mana Drain or Dissipate or whatever that said counter target spell. Or, and had extra something attached to it. Or it was a creature like Mystic Snake or Karu Spell Snatcher, Spell Snatcher, whatever it is. Or Frilled Mystic that had a come into play ability of counter target spell. Or it was like Spell Queller or Ashiok's Erasure or an effect like that that exiled the spell, or Remand or Reprieve or Vents or Shaper Savant that would return the spell back to owner's hand, or Discontinuity, and I forgot what any of the other ones are called, that would end the turn. So basically, literally half the deck was, oh, I don't want that to resolve. I'm stopping that spell from resolving. Somehow. Didn't matter. The spell stopping. The rest of the deck was lands, some mana rocks, and a few cards that were in there to give me extra untap steps. Because my general was Tulane. 3 tap, return target creature you control to owner's hand. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card, then you can put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. Frilled Mystic, as an example. When it enters, you may counter target spell. So, I cast the creature, counter the spell, have a 3/2 in play, draw a card, put an extra land into play, and then I can pay 3 mana to return the Frilled Mystic back to my hand and do it again the following turn. And I run cards like Seedborn Muse to give me additional untaps on my opponent's turns. And Tulane, I'm playing Bant. I'm playing green, white, and blue. So the ability to untap stuff, get extra untaps is not that hard. If I was building Chu Lane to be that style of deck, but differently, um, you know, a little more defensive and a little more defensive and a little less using counter spells offensively, then Jet and Glasskite might have gone in there. Shimmering Glasskite, same idea. But here's the thing. Jet and Glasskite is 6 mana for 4/4. Shimmering Glasskite is 4 mana for 2/3. You get +2/+1 for an extra 2 mana, which doesn't sound great, but a 4/4 does a lot more damage than a 2/3 and survives a lot more than a 2/3. So, that being said, neither of them are bad. I would rather have the Jet and Glasskite because it's, again, like 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer is solid. That's not a size and cost I would turn down. It has to have an ability that's worth paying the extra mana for. Here I say it does. Shimmering Glasskite, in my opinion, it falls a little short of that. I'm not thrilled with the idea of paying 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer. I generally feel it needs a stronger ability for me to feel like it's worth playing it. That being said, go ahead and build a deck around stuff that has this ability and ward and stuff of that nature, and just make your opponent's brain bleed. Quillmane Baku, 5 mana for 3/3. Whenever it casts a spirit or arcane spell, you may put a key counter on it. Pay 1 and tap it, and remove X chi counters from this creature. Return target creature mana value X or less to its owner's hand. So you can keep in mind, this means you can overpay. If it's a 5 mana creature, you can remove 10 counters if you want. There are generally better options for this sort of thing. This is one of those cards where if I'm looking for duplication of effect, if I'm looking for something to bounce cards back to hand, I might need this anyway. I might not be thrilled with it, but if I need a lot of this effect, say, a dozen or so, that can bounce target creature as a activate ability rather than a come into play trigger, then yeah, I may be looking at something like this. Because if I'm looking at come into play triggers, I probably want more of them. This would also mean I'd have to run more cards that end up being spirits than I would want to have otherwise. But spirits in and of themselves are not bad. Like, there are ways to, you can find the kind of card that you need as a spirit. And again, as I mentioned last week, a lot of arcane cards are, people don't play them because they're arcane. They play them because they're useful. You can find enough cards that happen to be arcane to tag in. Like Ideas Unbound is just a really solid arcane card. Especially if you're in any sort of combo deck. Minimo Sightbender. Target creature power X or less can't be blocked this turn. Compare this to Rogue's Passage, which is like the standard. You're basically paying, 5 mana, because 4, and then tap the passage, which in and of itself is also a land, to make a creature unblockable. The funny thing about this is you can make your creature, like you can pay, say, 1, tap. Target creature power 1 or less can't be blocked this turn. Okay. After the ability resolves. Oh, by the way, here's some extra stuff to make it bigger. Wait, what? So, yeah. So that's the thing you can do. It's even better if you are playing with oh, what do you call it? Uh, date less than 8th, date greater than 6th. These guys. Shroud, that's the word I was thinking of. Oh, Ghost Home Courier. you play some creatures like this that have got like some kind of tap ability and go, hey, by the way, you get +2/+2 till end of turn and stuff of that nature. And so suddenly you go, cool, you're on block. But again, then figure out how much you're spending on resources to make this hit. Make whatever creature you're trying to attack with unblockable. And then compare it to an effect like Rogue's Passage or something else that just says you're unblockable till end of turn. Or the various equipment that there is that says, hey, by the way, can't be blocked. Whisper Silk Cloak, the simplest to that effect, probably. Actually, is there anything that's actually just plain can't be blocked? Word 2 is an assassin. Brotherhood Regalia is arguably simpler. Hot Soup. Oh, yeah, Silver Shroud costume. Might. I would say Silver Shroud costume is the simplest version of that ability. Comes into play, auto attaches to something, gives it Shroud till end of turn, and after that, just can't be blocked. Period. Done. which is 2 to cast, auto equips. And if you have to equip it elsewhere, it's 3. So there's probably easier ways to do this. If you want a card that's specifically blue, you have the Atomic Microsizer. When it attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. Okay, not what you're looking for. Cryptic Coat. Yeah. Cryptic Coat, you need to find a way to move it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Or you start looking at cards like Invisibility. Enchanted creature can't be blocked except by walls. Originally printed all the way back during like Unlimited. This looks a lot more invisible. Varric held his breath. Breathing wouldn't reveal his position, but would have forced him to smell the goblins. Yeah, so I think there's better options than Minimo's Sightbender. It's fine, but I think if you need like a dozen versions of that effect, you're probably going, I need to run this card. Heed the Mists. The interesting thing, so if you've got enough ways to manipulate the top of your deck, and this is one of those cards where I could see somebody running an effect like Brainstorm. I don't like Brainstorm in general for formats like Commander, unless you're playing some kind of like combo deck. But this is one of those kind of cards where I can see people playing it. Because you you really want to be able to, if you're playing a card like this, you want to be able to manipulate the top of your deck. You want the top card of your deck to be something that you don't have any current interest in playing. You don't see yourself casting anytime soon. You know, it may be like 6 turns before you've got the opportunity to do something with it. And it costs a lot of mana. Or you just don't see a use for it the way the game is playing out. Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's an Armageddon, but the board is too full. Or, you know, it's a, you know, it's a big expensive creature. But there's enough other stuff on the board that it's like, this just won't do anything. I need to find something else. You know, maybe somebody's playing Turbo Fog and's got like Angus Mackenzie and it's got extra ways to untap him. So in a situation like that, you ideally want a card that's, I would say 3 mana is meh. You really want to be, like, the higher mana value you can get, the better. You really, really don't want to put a 2-drop on. Getting rid of a 3 is meh. You really want to hit something that's 4 or higher, because 3, you'd be looking at a card like Jace's Ingenuity. 4, it's a little... It's not hard to get. Pay 5 mana, draw 4 cards. But paying 5 mana to draw 5 or more cards is hard. And drawing 4 is... It's doable, but that's snug. So if you've got like a 5-drop in your hand that you have no use for, you go brainstorm, draw 3 cards, put 2 cards back on top, make sure the top one is the 5-drop. Cast this, put that card into your graveyard, and then draw 5 because you put a 5-drop on top. Draw 5 fresh cards. You're getting back the one other card that you put back on top, and getting 3 fresh cards. So, that being said, if you've got any cards that have a trigger when they are milled, put into the graveyard from your library, put into the graveyard from anywhere, etc. Example, I wonder if I actually have them in here. Yes, I do. Boop, 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 boop. This guy. Kozilek, Butcher of Truth. When he's put in the graveyard from anywhere, it sort of shuffles the graveyard into the library. That's a triggered ability that has to wait to go on the stack until the rest of what's put it into the graveyard finishes resolving. Actually, Control-Shift-T. You are... what? 11? I don't remember. 10. So, you put Kozilek on top of your deck. You mill it with Heat the Mists. Then draw 10 cards. Then the triggered ability goes, okay, you're done doing that now? Cool. Now I'm going to shuffle the entire graveyard back in. So, yeah. This feels roughly right so far. Phantom Wings. One of the better variants of Jump, or I should say Flight. But, I mean, the first problem is, why are you looking for this card? The big reason I can see to play this card is it's an aura that can let you return a card back to hand. Which means the fact that it's an aura is relevant. So, maybe, as so suggested earlier, for a different deck. You know, he's got a Tethmos deck for Pauper, which I believe is a mono white deck. Yeah, Tethmos High Priest. Which says, whenever you cast a spell that targets this creature, return target creature mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, you cast Phantom Wings. It's an aura that targets this. And you can sacrifice, so you can reanimate something that costs 2 or less. And then Phantom Wings, if somebody's trying to blow up your priest, you can sack the priest to return it back to your hand. So you have uses for it. I see this as I see this as an aura that you're using because it can protect itself. It can protect what you're targeting. But if you're doing that, I think there's better options. Kalajushi. This is the first blue flip card. Remember, flipping is doing this. Not turning it face down or whatever. It's doing this. 3 mana for a 2/2. You're playing blue. That sounds about right. Although, blue's gotten a lot better in the last few years. Now that you can get a 1/2 unblockable for 1 mana. But, whenever you cast a Spirit or Arcane spell, you can put a key counter on this. If it's got 2 or more counters, you can flip it. And then when you flip it, again, you get a 3/4. Remove a key counter from Jiraku the Interloper. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. I am curious now. Where's Bant? Let me see details. Type. Spirit or Arcane spells. 1, 2, oh, only 2. Okay. Yeah. Only 2. Okay. If I had, I don't know, maybe if I had a few, for sure if I had like, a dozen, a dozen cards that were Spirit and or Arcane, then Kalajushi could have made it in. But as is, not enough. But again, if I were to build it differently, this is a card that could have gone in, and people would be going, hold on a sec here. What do I have to pay to not have to worry about it now? Oh, I've got 4 counters on them, so I mean, potentially you'd end up having to pay an extra. Potentially, you might have to pay an extra 8 mana. Genju of the Falls. Genju of the Falls is kind of hilarious. It tries to give blue an aggro creature, which is not a thing blue is known for. Although there's enough cards that you can do it. 1 blue, enchant island. Pay 2, Enchant Island becomes a 3/2 flyer to land a turn. 3/2 Flying Spirit, but a 3/2 flyer to land a turn. Still a land. When Enchanted Island is put in a graveyard, you may return this card from your graveyard. You can return the Genju back to your hand. You can use this as spot removal too. Because it doesn't have to be an island you control. Harbinger of the Seas. Non-basics are now islands. Okay. Basically, a blue blood moon. Genju. Okay. Pay 2. Okay. Incidentally, it becomes a blue spirit. So, oh, that's funny. Oh, if you keep using the Genju to turn the thing into... Okay, so I was going to go with the destroy target creature kind of idea to make them kill one of their lands. You know, to make them lose the land. And you get the Genju back to hand. So you can keep blowing up lands as long as you've got ways to keep blowing up the creatures. Or returning their lands back to hand with all the various mana war kind of effects and whatnot. Oh no. Not return back to hand because the island doesn't go to the graveyard that way. So the island has to hit the graveyard, which also means exiling it doesn't work. Can't exile it, can't bounce it, can't flicker it. It has to actually die. Okay. But then I realized the thing. And that is when you copy a thing, you copy, like, you copy the base version of the thing plus whatever other effects the card that you're using to copy with says. So, for example, Spark Double says that if you copy a creature, the copy is not the copy that you're making is not legendary. Some copy effects say, hey, by the way, copy this, except it's also an artifact, or Fork, which was the first card to do something like this. Copy target instant or sorcery, except, you know, the copy that Fork produces is red. Island in play. Genju of the Falls. Pay 2 mana. Turn into a creature. Clone. Okay. Clone the land that the Genju's on. I don't get the enchantment. I get a token island. I just turned clone into a bad ramp spell, but I turned it into a ramp spell. Activate again. Vesuvan Doppelganger. It's now an island. Oh, what do you call it? Phyrexian Metamorph. This is now an island. All these clones are coming to play as islands. What? Yeah. I suddenly want to tweak my mono blue ramp deck. Add some clones and a Genju. So I can start making... Oh my god, that's too funny. Stolen identity. Oh my god. Encode. I have to see how encoding works. There's a copy. Spell. That permanent before. If you want to encode the creature. If you want to encode the card with cipher onto a non-creature. Okay. Does work the way I think it does. Okay. And so basically, every time I hit somebody with a Genju with stolen identity encoded onto it, I make another island. Okay, that's just dumb. Okay, that's just too funny to me. It's not a good way to ramp in blue by any stretch of the imagination, but it's funny. Reduce the dreams. This tries to be a mass disenchant in blue. Blue has a lot of trouble blowing up permanents. But it can bounce stuff easily enough. Here you go. Thunk. Enjoy. Thunk. Yeah. Again. Uh the problem kind of like the discussion about Scour. The concern here is if somebody has got, because it says artifacts and enchantments, anything that turns everything into an enchantment, like Enchanted Evening, or turns everything into an artifact, like Micahson's Lattice, bounces all things. So this is basically taking upheaval and splitting it in two. Incidentally, part one, I believe, came out the block previously. You came out in Shadowmoor. And you came out in Darksteel. You came out exactly a year before. 2005, 2008. You would come out 3 years later. Yeah, this was build your own upheaval. And these two existed in standard together and would have been standard legal. Well, were standard legal. Micah Synthesis and Reduced to Dreams. But at that point, the format was too fast because you still had to contend with Affinity. And by the time Affinity settled down, you were then looking at people ramping in and stuff like Tooth and Nail. Which, again, you're looking at casting a 9 mana spell, but you're playing largely mono green. Yeah. Upheaval at home is a little too slow. For standard. Commander, on the other hand, you don't have to play Enchanted Evening or Microsynth Lattice to make this strong. I would say, and I'm picking numbers out of a hat here, but I'm expecting numbers to be vaguely reasonable. I would expect that in a typical mana base, like an average deck, basically if you take all the decks that people play and average the numbers out, you're probably looking like 2 artifact lands. You know, i.e., maybe 0 for this, but 4 for that, averages to 2. So let's say 2 artifact lands. Probably 4 actual mana rocks. Because a lot of decks are going to find other ways to ramp. Whether it's creatures that tap for mana, whether it's spells that pull lands out of decks, whether, maybe you're running less cards that can get you lands. Like maybe you're only running like Journeyer's Kite and whatever the other one is that I can't remember the name of. Um, oh, you're the colorless one. What are you? Ramp. No, I don't see you here. Was it not in this one? I forget which deck it was. But there's another card that's along lines of Journeyer's Kite. Thematic Compass. That's the one I was thinking of. Costs the same. So same to cast, same activation. Thematic Compass eventually transforms into a land itself. Okay. Also, Monument to Perfection also does the same thing. You're a dollar rare. You're a dollar rare. Actually, more like. Thematic Compass is the most expensive one. And you're paying maybe $2 for it. For, like, the cheap version. Monument, even the most expensive one, is is like 50 cents. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to run all three that are the same, basically the same effect, two mana artifact, 3 tap, search for land, put in your hand, and shuffle. Um, I mean, yeah, they all. What was I saying? I suddenly forget where I was going with this. Don't remember. Anyway, fact of the matter is, even if you're not doing crazy shenanigans, oh, I remember. I remember. Artifacts that people are playing. So 2 artifact lands, let's say 4 artifacts. Because most people are gonna run Soul Ring, and like a couple others that, you know, some are gonna run like 8 or 10 ramp artifacts or more. Some are only gonna run a couple because they've got other ways to ramp, etc., etc. So let's say 4, 5, 6. Um, Actual creatures, I'd probably average to like 3. So we're looking at 9 non-creature artifacts. Again, I could see 3. So I could see the average deck running about, I mean, and again, my numbers could be completely off, but again, you know, compare your decks. You know, this one could have 5 artifacts and this one could have like 30 artifacts. Well, you put them together. 30 and 5 is 35. Cut that in half. You're looking around 17 and a half. Well, 17 or 18. But if you've got another deck that's got, 7, now 5 and 7 is 12, plus 30 is 42. Divide amongst 3 decks, that's 14. That's pretty close to the 12 I was thinking of. So, it depends. That being said, not unreasonable for any given deck to have a dozen artifacts in it. So how many are going to be in play when you cast Reduce to Dreams? And again, we're talking casual commander. We're not talking CEDH, which you might be able to pull this off. You'd have to cast it fast, but you could pull it off as a board reset. And that could end up getting, a dozen or more artifacts back to hand. But also, in a deck like that, you might want a card like this specifically as something along the lines of a, is it Rebuild I'm thinking of? Might be Rebuild. Return all artifacts to their owner's hands. Yeah, you might want it in your deck as another rebuild effect. It costs more, it's slower. But if you're looking at bounce all of my artifacts back to hand, generate more, replay them, generate more mana. Maybe you've got a storm deck where, where blue is a key component of it. Reduce to Dreams might be part of that. But that's a CEDH deck. I ain't looking at that. 12 artifacts, okay. On average, that means every 8th card that you play is going to be an artifact. So, not completely unreasonable that you could have 2 out per person by the time this hits the board. Okay. And that's just artifacts. Enchantments, well, barring something like Urza Saga, you're not going to have an enchantment land. Enchantment creatures, I could see the typical deck having like 2. Actual enchantments, I could see like 4. So maybe you're looking at, like, let's say 20 cards between artifacts and enchantments per deck. Every fifth card. So let's say you're casting this on turn 8. Not completely unreasonable. If you're casting this on turn 8, 7 in your opening hand, 8 cards drawn, that's 15. Not completely unreasonable. You're playing blue. You've drawn a few extra cards. So maybe you've got 20 cards deep. On average, that's four artifacts per or enchantments per person. Okay. You know, it's not a board wipe, but again, depending on how you build it, it can easily be a complete board reset. Threads of Disloyalty. Enchant creature, mana value 2 or less. No, it says mana value. It's not power, it's not toughness, it's mana value. It's a effect, it's a stat that does not change. The mana value of any card is the thing in the top right corner. Once you take away the color requirement part itself. So Threads of Disloyalty costs 3 mana. 2 blue plus 1. Ignore the color part. It costs 3. Grabbing mana value 2 or less still grabs a lot of utility creatures. Like, again, one of the favorite cards people like to play with is, you know, what Krim likes to call Heuristic Buddy. Oh, what do you call it? Do you pay the 1? No. Yeah, artifact creature, aren't you? Nope. Enchantment creature? Might be an enchantment creature. Nope. What are you called? Alright. What's the actual wording on you? You. Damn it. Esper Sentinel. Oh, unless they pay X. That's why I'm getting mixed up. And it's not a game changer? Used to be. I think it used to be a game changer and they took it off. Yeah, unless they. Okay, it's an artifact creature. Anyway. So, amongst other things, this is where I was trying to go with it. You can steal somebody's Esper Sentinel. And it doesn't matter if their Esper Sentinel has got to like 5 power or whatever. It costs 1 mana. Like the amount of cards and so many people forget this is a thing. The amount of cards, the amount of creatures you can grab with Threads of Disloyalty. It has to be mana value 2 or less. But that's still quite a bit. I would say probably 1 in 4 cards that people, like 1 in 4 creatures people actually play, probably falls into this. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I want that now. Threads of Disloyalty Invocation. 21 Canadian. Oh, I want one. I'm gonna tell a couple of my LGSs to keep their eyes out open for this for me. It's $1 rare normally. It's like you can get it cheap. I'm willing to pay 20 because I want that version. Anyway, yeah, Threads of Disloyalty. You're playing control magic effects? Honestly, Threads of Disloyalty, really, really good. Yeah. I can see sensible uses for this entire line here. Heed the Mists, Quilmane Baku, Jetting Glassgate, Shimmering Glassgate, Quash, all seem reasonable. Phantom Wings, Minimo's Sightbender, wouldn't bother, and Minimo's Meddling, iffy. That's my take on them. Psychic Spear, first problem, it's a discard spell. Oof. Second problem, it only targets one person and takes 1 card. Targeting only a single person, Taking a single card, Putting them together, oof. It does target player, so you can target yourself. Third problem, the restriction on what it can take is really limited, making them discard a spirit or arcane card. Now, that being said, we again get to the point of there's a lot of arcane cards that people like to play that just happen to be arcane. There's also a lot of cards that people like to play that happen to be spirits. Like, okay, there's almost 700 spirits. Let's add changelings to the mix. Oof. Okay, so get some rest. I know it's late at your end. It's what, like 4 in the morning, I think? Something like that? Yeah, get some rest, mate. Yeah, it's late in your neck of the woods. You don't have to you don't have to stay up for me. I appreciate it, but you're not feeling well. Get some rest. Uh, meow. Oh, because it's a spirit. Derp. Okay, so Seaborn Muse, Kami Whispered Hopes. Uh, Simian Spirit. I mean, you play Simian Spirit Guide and Elvis Spirit Guide just to go. By the way, I need extra mana. Maskwood Nexus is shenanigans. Maskwood Nexus is always shenanigans. Um, but realistically, you're looking for Spirit or Arcane. So Spirits, Seedborn Muse, Kami, SSG, Cryptcast, Realmwalker. Realmwalker's really strong. Changeling Outcast, Selfless Spirit. Like, a lot of these, again, you play these cards not because they're spirits, they just happen to be spirits. You're not looking to build Spirit Tribal. Torian Mauler, now starting to see some play again in Standard, which is hilarious. When was the last time you were actually in Standard? Oh, wow, it's been a while. C16. Wow, you haven't been in Standard since Morningtide? Morningtide and Foundations. And now people are actually. Because I don't remember people wanting to play with you in Morningtide. But yeah. I just don't see this as being strong enough to actually be played unless you are looking to discard a spirit from your own hand. Or maybe an arcane card, but probably more realistically a spirit card. Oh, Psychic Spear. No, you'd still want duress over this. I was gonna say about putting this in the sideboard because it is pauper legal. I was gonna say I could see this being played in pauper, but duress does so much more. I can't think of any spirits that are worth playing in pauper. No, what? Stuff that would actually get pitched. 241 cards. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's worth worrying about. I'm not seeing anything that's worth worrying about that's pauper legal. Yeah, you're better off with an effect like duress. Takanuma blocker. Takanuma blocker. Takanuma bleeder. Whenever it attacks or blocks, you lose 1 life if you don't control a demon. I mean, again, there's ways around that, including turning it into a demon. But now just getting a 3/3 for 3. I mean, way back in the day, I remember you could get a 3/3 flyer for 3 mana. You just had to feed it 2 extra mana every upkeep. Actually, I'm not even sure you had to. I think it also had a life payment option. Nope. It was just 3 mana. It was a 3 mana 3/3. I mean, again, back in the day, this was fine. But nowadays, mana value equals 3, color equal black, mana 2, power greater than 2, toughness greater than 2. What do we got? We get a 3/3 that enters tapped. That's its drawback. It's a 3/3 that enters tapped. Nope, unfortunately none of these are demons. They don't work. Womp womp. Oh my god, you lose 2 life if you don't control a demon. Hey, demon wall. Drop this on turn 2. Drop this on turn 3. Shrug. Have a couple of 3/3s to deal with. Yeah, but again, there's ways around dealing with that, and now it's like, eh. And there are ways to get stronger than that now too. Hired muscle. Again, a 3 mana that you can put key counters on, and when you get 2 or more, you can flip it at the end of turn to this, which, unlike the other two, which were 3/4s, the first was a 3/4 vigilance. The second was just a 3/4. The first, I think, could prevent damage. The second was counter target spell unless they pay 2, aka Quelch. This is now a 4/4 instead of a 3/4. Target creature gains fear till end of turn. If you can find a way in theory, if you can remove the artifactness, which is possible, difficult but possible, from a bunch of creatures, and make them lose all color identity. Well, I shouldn't say all color identity, all color, i.e., make them no longer black. I'm going to hype myself for this. Is it Leprechaun? Leprechaun. Becomes green. Leprechaun. The change to green does not end. Does not end even if Leprechaun leaves the battlefield. Okay, So this, yeah, so this is a permanent effect upon being declared as a blocker. Oh my god, it's common. Oh no. Oh no. Where are you? This one. Um. Okay. Wow. I just want to make sure green word is actually legal. I think so. Oh, you're not legal. Shield of duty and reason. Okay. All right. That's just too funny. Shield of duty and reason on an Aisling leprechaun is a proper legal combo. Wow, that's just dumb. And I love it. And I'm here for it. And you're not even a dollar. Oh, wow. Becomes. It doesn't say in addition to its other types or anything else. Anyway, so if you do that enough, somehow, assuming my perception is correct here, you turn everything into not black. You find a way to turn everything not artifact. Then whatever you're attacking with is then unblockable. Which is kind of silly. Not easy to pull off, but it's a thing. Call for blood. Unless you're looking to sacrifice a creature, do not bother. However, again, I would point out you pay, you choose targets before you pay costs. You can target the creature you're about to sacrifice and then sacrifice the creature as part of the cost. The rest of it fails because it doesn't have a legal target anymore. But if you really need to get Call for Blood out of your hand, you have an option. Um, Possibly if you're looking to sacrifice the creature, but there's not another good creature that you want to hit, but you want to get the creature that you're going to be sacrificing off the board for some reason. Here you go. That being said, there's generally better reasons. There's generally better cards for this kind of effect. Target player sacrifices a creature. Uh, Mercy killing. Target creature's controller sacrifices it. Then gets a bunch of 1/1 tokens equal to its power, I think it was. Yeah. Call for Blood. Honestly, um, its big saving grace. Well, it's got two things going for it. One, you can target the creature you're sacrificing. Two, it gives -X to a single creature, which is sometimes important if you just need to get rid of one creature that has indestructible or can regenerate, which is highly unusual these days. Or some other effect that makes it hard to get it off the board to begin with. Usually that's indestructible. Scourge of Numai, 4 mana for 4/4. You beginning of your upkeep, lose 2 life if you don't control an ogre. He looks so pleased with himself. I'm telling you. Hilariously, the Scourge of Numai and the Takenuma Bleeder were made for each other. Turn 3, you play the Bleeder. Turn 4, which is an ogre that wants you to have a demon. Turn 4, you play the Scourge, which is a demon that wants you to have an ogre. You can now attack with the demon, with the ogre for 3 and not care. And on your upkeep, you've got an ogre, so you don't lose life for not having an ogre. So you swing for 7. But you can do better than that these days. That being said, Scourge of Numai, again, it does have its homes. Are you playing Demon Tribal? You might want it. Especially if it's a low-cost demon. Like a low-cost deck. Like, this is 9 cents, sort of low-cost. Damn it. Control-Shift-T. I'm so glad I remember that. The fact that it's 9 cents slash 14 euro cents. I don't know the proper term. Oh, that's on Card Market. Slash, 4 Modo cents. It's cheap across the board. So, you're paying Demon Tribal. Is the fact that you're losing life every turn relevant to your deck? There are decks that care about that. There's one bat. ID equal Ors of O lost O gained O life. Is commander type bat. No? Is it not a commander? Starseer Mentor. What about his commander? I could have sworn there was. Oh, Astarion the Decadent would be hilarious for this. Oh, yes. No wonder he's 26 US. But yeah, again, 6 mana, 4/4 with, you know, 3 abilities, 2 keywords, and target opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn. Oh no. Uh, Aquazots. Bloodletter. If an opponent will lose life during your turn, they lose twice that much life instead. Target opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn. So, if you deal 1 to them, then that results in them losing 1 life. But Bloodletter would make that 2. And then Astarion turns around and goes, oh, okay, we'll lose at the end of turn, lose 2 more. Which Bloodletter looks at and goes, oh, so lose 4. So that 1 ping with Astarion and Bloodletter out suddenly results in a burn of 6. That's kind of silly. Each star is given a name befitting its grandeur. This one is called Aurochs, the Night Eater. That one is called Blinky. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, uh, but yeah, if your deck cares about you losing life, which again would be more relevant with something like Starseer Mentor. Um, yeah, then Scourge and Umai you might want to put in a deck like that. Uh, if you've got other things that trigger when you lose life, if that's the entire conceit of your deck, um, you know, then sure, Scourge and Umai you want. 3 tragedies. Again, I'm not fond of people playing discard in Commander. I think discard as a premise, like as something to build a deck around, is generally a bad idea. Um, because again, people want to be able to play their cards. That being said, there are some ways to build it where it's not as bad. If you're building around something like Waste Not, it's better. And 3 tragedies seems to be about the right size to actually bother putting into a deck. Like I wouldn't play a card like Mind Rot. If I'm playing a card like Mind Rot, my first card that I would put in would be Wrench Mind. Honestly, because it has a built-in way to uh, give me a moment here. Somebody's being boop. If you want gather, I do not see. Yeah, well. Yeah. So if I'm playing a card like Mind Rot, like if I'm playing a card like Mind Rot, I want something that does more than what Mind Rot does. Making somebody discard 2 cards is meh. Wrench Mind gives them an out, which in a format like Commander, I kind of prefer. Um, if I'm just looking to make them discard cards, 3 Tragedies is probably where I want to start for cards that are, in my opinion, actually worthwhile playing. 3 Tragedies, Fugue, something else around this size. Compared to, compared to card draw, where I'm quite okay with, drawing a card or drawing 2 cards or whatever. Discard, I want more than just target player discards 2 cards. Blightning, back in the day, would have been of um, another fine option because yes, they discard 2 cards. They also get burned for 3. So, making somebody discard 2 cards, I don't feel is enough to actually do a thing. That being said, if you then add on cards like, Hypnotic Spectre, I'm paying 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which is fine in black. It's not great, but it's fine. And if it hits a player, they have to pitch a card at random. But they have to pitch a card when it hits them. And this is a good balance uh between its cost and its size and its effect. This is I'm fine with this. We'll also point out it says whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, Doesn't have to be combat damage. Just putting it out there. It's also the same thing that people ran into way, way, way back in a with the original Nicol Bolas. You know, whenever it deals damage to an opponent, that player discards their hand. Does not say combat damage. Oh, cool. I want to see this now. Um, Pouncing Jaguar, I think. Yep, Pouncing Jaguar. Sarah Angel. That is cool. Yeah, $65. Yeah, makes sense. She's like under a quarter for a lot of other versions. Oh, that's neat. And then what are you? I'm going to guess you're Earthquake. I was right, Earthquake. All I had to go by was that it's an X spell. There's none of the characters that I recognize. Oh, there is an X down here. But this could have been an instant or sorcery. It was not a creature. Could have been an instant or sorcery. I don't know how to tell the difference in terms of characters. Some line of text. I took a guess that because these were uh since they're known characters and stuff, I went with Earthquake as a guess. Anyway, but yeah, Three Tragedies is where I would have. Three Tragedies is about where I'd go with that. That would be like my starting point. Crawling Filth. Again, we can go back into the conversation about Soul Shift. This is a card that you play. This is a 6 mana card that you play because when it dies, you get to bring a 5-drop back to your hand. You're playing this for the Soul Shift and the fact that it happens to have, and to be fair, Soul Shift 5, you're playing enough spirits, you've probably got a couple of spirits in your graveyard by this point that are 5 or less that you wouldn't mind bringing back. The fact that it's got a 2/2 for fear attached, realistically at that point you're paying, I think, 3 mana for that and then 3 mana for the Soul Shift. It's fine. But again, you're playing this for the fact that it's got Soul Shift. Skullmane Baku, which is a 5 mana spirit, incidentally. Whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, you can put a key counter on this creature. Again, target creature, pay costs. You can target this with its own ability. Which can get it back into the graveyard in case you have to start the maneuver all over again. Maybe it's got... Oh! Nope. It's... Okay, it's always a 2/1. You shouldn't have to do that. But you've got the option. Not a card I'd be excited to get my hands on. But, if I'm playing with Crawling... If I'm running Crawling Filth, Skullmane Baku is probably going into the same deck. Uh, Eradicate. Playing it by itself, I would be more interested in running Eradicate than any of the other uh any of the other cards that do this effect. The you know stop this spell, search their hand, library, and graveyard for all copies, and exile them. Then that player shuffles. Um, Eradicate, Scour, Quelch, etc. Sowing Salt, and what was the other one? Splinter, I think was the other one. Um, all these effects. Eradicate is the one I would be most likely. Oh, hold on. Sort by color. There are 10 cards. 3 of them are black. What are you at now, anyway? Okay, you're still worth a fair bit. Stuff that people will actually play. One. What are you at now? You're half the price. You're half the price of Heir Apparent, but Heir Apparent is also standard legal. You just make more hawks. Oh, Tempest Hawk is Squadron Hawk, but infinited. Okay. The thing is, out of all these, realistically, I see probably Heir Apparent being the most commonly played white one. Persistent Petitioners is the only blue one. Dragon's Approach is the only red one. Slime Against Humanity is the only green one. I see Petitioners, Slime as being commonly built decks. Heir Apparent probably also. Probably Rat Colony. I still prefer Relentless Rats, though. Let's say 220. And it is technically less expensive. There's at least 4 versions that are less expensive. I would probably go Relentless Rats over Rat Colony myself. But that's me. Anyway, all that being said, I think it is not unreasonable that you're going to, if you end up hitting a deck that can run any number of a card, I think you're going to run into the most trouble with, like, Eradicate is going to be the easiest to run, but it's also going to be the one you're most likely to run into problems being able to actually do its thing. Because you've got 3 options, like out of 10 options, you've got 3 that you can't hit, period. Dragon's Approach and Slime Against Humanity. While you can target the slime, you're not going to remove any slimes against humanity. So literally half of these you can't usefully use. Um, and Dragon's Approach and Slime Against Humanity, like, they do give you targets, you just can't remove the card. So then you're looking at white blue as being your only options. White, I would not be surprised to have a sacrifice outlet. Yeah, I mean they've both got relatively easy ways around it. So, eh, it's again, it's going to be. This is the one that's going to be the easiest to use and the hardest at the same time because it has a restriction on what kind, on like it has to hit a specific subset. So it's not just exile target creature, it's exile target non-black creature. So that rules out 7. You can hit the dragon from Dragon's Approach or the token from Slime Against Humanity, but you're not going to be exiling the approach or the slimes. So this part does nothing. And this fails. So, yeah. Your opponent's got to be playing with white or blue. Or both. Not impossible. It's just, you're going to have to be going, I'm going to have to look over here now. Well, what did I do? You're the only one I can usefully hit with this. Now, that being said, exile target non-black creature is not useless. It will hit, for example, any of the Eldrazi Titans. It will hit, Darksteel or Blightsteel Colossus. It will hit anything that's indestructible because it exiles. And so you might want to be playing it anyway. It's just this clause here is going to be, you're probably looking at a white player for this. Which sounds like a terrible way to word it. You're looking for a person who's got planes in their deck. That's probably the safest, least clip-worthy bit way to put it. Anyway, it is fine. The Zoomian Shadow Watcher, 1 black for 1/1. Sack this creature, destroy target ninja. The Okiba Gang, Night Cursed Thieves and Assassins. I've had enough of their meddling. Triple the guard. Maronar. Destroy target ninja. Said it before and I'll say it again. Ninja's a creature type. Changelings have a creature type. Nope. It would have to be a ninja creature. It can't. It's not going to be because ninja is a creature type. You'd have to. Oh, but yeah, I think it has to be a ninja creature. Anyway, but yeah, somebody's got, I don't know, Mirror Entity. Again, another go-to card for something that's got all creature types natively. And you just go, hey, by the way, thunk. Ninja. Kill it. It's a 1-mana removal spell against enough, just enough cards to make it worth playing. Changeling Outcast. And Universal Automaton come to mind as one drops that you might want to blow up. Ogre Marauder. Yeah, they had to Oracle update this card soon after it came out. I think by the I think it might have been before the pre-release, but after the stores had gotten the product. Just because it didn't quite work. Yeah, the Oracle, yeah, 2005. Yes, this would be February 2005. This is the second set in a block. It was released in like January or February. What was the actual release date? Yeah, February 4th. And so they said, hey, by the way, on the first, like 3 days before the set dropped, attacking with Ogre Marauder would cause a second trigger. If no creature was right, okay. So the big reason for this is if you attack with this, um, if you get the ability to attack with this more than once a turn, and I think there might have been a card. You know what? Block. Block. Um. You know what? I'm just gonna say the word additional. I think that might be enough. Godo. You're a warrior. Nope. Okay. No. So I don't know how you'd have to do it. It might have. Um. Additional. Savage beating. Okay. Somebody found a way to combo it with savage beating. That must have been it. Just the ability to get extra combat steps made things awkward. So they found that and went, hey, by the way. So basically, every time this. So. Defender has to sack a creature. I mean, the fun thing about Ogre Marauder is being able to just go, hey, by the way, declare attackers. Attack trigger goes on the stack. Attack trigger goes to resolve. Oh, are you sacrificing? Are you sacrificing a creature? So you have the potential to be able to block it. Okay, I'll sacrifice this. Cool. After that trigger resolves, I'll make it unblockable till end of turn. Like just being able to do those kind of shenanigans is annoying. To be polite. Just make your opponent keep sacking stuff. Yeah. Anywho, it's only had 4 printings, but it's only had one actual one actual legitimate version. That's cute. Genji the Fence, same idea as the blue Genji we looked at. The white one is actually really good because it gains basically triggered lifelink. I think it's a 2/5. Uh, this is actually really good. This is, for 2 mana, you turn it into a 2/2 that gets the Frozen Shade ability. Giving people's, making sure people have swamps is easy. Copying stuff is harder in black. Uh, Ha! Kenzu with a bleak coven, maybe. Whenever another tongue. One, two. Nope. I see 2 ways in mono black that could create token copies. It's hard. It's doable, but it's hard. Anyway, yeah. That being said, black doesn't need ways to generate, to make more swamps. It already has, Cabal coffers, Cabal Stronghold, Magus of the coffers, etc., etc. But yeah, Genji of the Fence is, it's still fun. Plus, again, it's got the shade ability going on, so wouldn't worry too much about being able to find. It's still good. Um, Again, Ogre Marauder, you're just trolling people, deciding, seeing if they're actually going to sacrifice a creature. If they don't sack a creature, well, it can't be blocked this turn. And that's the thing. It gains this creature can't be blocked until end of turn. Which means the first turn. Oh, when it attacks, it gains a. Oh no. If you get multiple combat steps in a single turn, this creature. And the first person you attack chooses not to sack a creature. Nobody else can block it. Oh, wow. Oh, that's silly. Okay, where's my list? Multiple attacks. And first defender doesn't sack. Can't be blocked by anyone. Wow, that's silly. That is just absolutely silly. Okay. Um, red, 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 red. Ogre Recluse. Whenever a player casts a spell, tap this creature. So, I can see a use for this. And it sounds weird, but I can see a use for this. Oh wow, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm going to have to pick up speed. Um, yeah, the big use I can see for Ogre Recluse, whenever a player plays a spell, tap this. Okay. So getting extra untaps. Well, why do you want extra untaps? I mean, potentially untapping, you know, a thing becoming tapped or a thing becoming untapped in and of itself could have triggers. Whenever a permanent you control becomes tapped. Wake Thrasher. Whenever a permanent you control becomes untapped, Wake Thrasher gets +1/+1 till end of turn. So, if you've got a bunch of, let's say you've got a bunch of cantrips that say untap target creature. Untap target and then drop. Sort by color and then type instant or type sorcery, because ideally you want them to be one of these two. All right. So, infuse. You don't want jolt because jolt taps. So infuse untaps. Refocus untap. Twitch untap. Foxfire untap target attacking. Doing stuff like that enough. See if there's anything that's got like an activation cost. Kiora. Oh, Staff of Domination potentially. But, you know, anything that would target your creature that untaps it. It's like, cast a spell. Okay, tap. Spell results, untap it. Cast a spell, tap. Spell results, untap it. You do that enough times, and, you know, something of that nature enough times. Wake Thrasher just turns around and gets like really huge. You find a way. You're playing red. You're probably also playing blue. You put the two of them together. Cool. Make this guy unblockable till end of turn. If you're playing a card like Dwarven Warriors, you're looking at, you know, make something small unblockable till end of turn. Oh yeah, what was that blue guy? Oh yeah, Minimo Sightbender. A card like that. Although you can do it for, you know, less mana intensive. But a card like that. Make it unblockable till end of turn. Oh, correct. And just beep, 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 beep. And next thing you go, you got a giant Wake Thrasher and you're smashing through. So, it does have combo potential. You can also use it for other effects. stuff that's got the untap ability. You know, you ideally want it to be something like, you know what? Again, we'll sort by color. Uh, you know, Umbral Mantle. Pay 3, untap, give it +2/+2 till end of turn. You know, give equip creature +2/+2 till end of turn. You know, that gives you a reason to do it. Whoops. So it's not easy to make it work well, but there's ways to do it. Frost Ogre. Honestly, even if you're playing Ogre Tribal, I probably wouldn't bother because I can probably you can probably find better. Again, you're 5 mana for 5/3. You should be able to find a 5 mana for a 5/3 with abilities, even if you're playing ogres by now. Kamano's Blessing. Again, Kamano's Blessing. You throw this on a Death Touch creature with, some kind of ping ability. That combination by itself is already dangerous. Kamano's Blessing turns around and goes, hey, by the way, you're getting exiled instead. Red, again, commonly has trouble making sure stuff gets exiled. Kamano's Blessing gives you a way around it. You have Gorgon's Head, Gorgon's Flow, whatever, Basilisk Collar. Again, the typical standby that I use for these examples. Basilisk Collar plus Viridian Longbow. You're now looking at turning a creature into a Death Touch based pinger. Kamano's Blessing turns around and goes, oh, hey, by the way, while you're at it, no, you're not surviving. Go into exile. You're not coming back. What? Yeah, you're not coming back. And if the creature that you're dealing with already has one of those abilities, you know what? How many? Oh, Death Touch. ID equal red. There's only one. And you have to control green permanent, which means the only way I can think of in mono red to actually do it is to run Painter's Servant, which is a pain in the butt. But, no pun intended, if you can pull that off. Oh, what? ID equal red. Oh, green. How many cards actually? Game paper. Battle Frenzy would work. Everything becomes green. Bloodhall Lose would grow every turn. Burning Hands would burn an 8 for 6. Flash of Defiance would make your attacks unblockable this turn. Hungering Yeti can be cast with Flash. Liberated Dwarf can be sacked to pump a creature till end of turn. Rage Weaver gives all your creatures haste. Scarred Puma can attack if you've got another attacker. Thunderscape Familiar would make all your spells cost 1 less. Okay. It's adorable. In theory, there's a way to do it. So you have Death Touch, and the ping ability is easy. The ping ability, all you need is a card like Fire Whip. Enchant creature has taps this creature deals again any card that's got a similar ability to this at all, and suddenly it's like bleh. So it's possible to build it mono red. You would need Painter's Servant, but then you could do it anyway. Um, but yeah. Also anything that you can just like spew fire at people. And when I say people, I mean creatures. Um, Brothers of Fire. Honestly, Brothers of Fire, you do that, and you throw Basilisk Collar on it. Actually, I don't even need lifelink type equipment ID red. Batterbone, Batterskull. You're a human, okay. Butcher's Cleaver would work. Dissection Tools. Loxodon Warhammer. Potentially the multi-class Baldric. Resurrection Orb. Oh, that's funny. Shadow Spear. T45 Power Armor. Potentially. But yeah, so you could actually build your own, like this. Yeah, this with Brothers of Fire and lifelink just gets dumb. Because like the lifelink will counteract the damage that you take, because you'll gain one from this and lose one from here. Oh, do you know what else is funny? If you get, is this Power Armor I'm thinking of? No, are you simply called Urza's Armor? If the source would deal damage to you, prevent one of that damage. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. Urza's Armor in combination with Brothers of Fire, you take nothing from it. It's just pay 3, thunk. Kamano's Blessing just starts killing, just starts exiling stuff. It'll take a while to build up, but it'll work. Again, I still would prefer, Aftershock, etc., etc., but those destroy and this exiles, so. Here fell Ishi, king of the flaming pebbles, scourge of the mountain kami, lover of goats. May his shell never burn. Aw. Whenever an opponent casts a spirit or arcane spell, it deals 2 damage to that player. It only hits opponents. And they just have to cast, random creatures or random arcane, again, arcane spells. Most of the cards that people play that are arcane happen to be arcane. It doesn't matter that they are, they just happen to be that way. And some of the cards that people play that are, hey, it has no creature types. Cool, you're a spirit. Get pinged. Like, honestly, these two I can actually see being used. The Ogre Recluse has got potential. The Frost Ogre, eh. Aki Raider. Aki Raider is kind of dumb. I see this as a deck that wants to run like fling effects. um, Stout Arm maybe. Pick up a creature and like just chuck him at your opponent. Oh man. Aki Raider. Okay. He's unblockable till end of turn. Okay. Armageddon. Blow pole lands. Okay. So that's like, so he's now a 16 power creature. Cool. Fling him at your face. Thunk. Ow. Again, there's ways to make it work. Plus, he's a goblin. Also, Aki Raider is going to want cards like Strip Mines and Ghost Quarters and similar effects to play with. Ashen Monstrosity. 7 mana for 7/4 haste that has to attack each combat if able. Yeah. Um, it's a 7 power creature with haste for 7 mana. What do you expect? What do you want from it? Give it trample. That's all I gotta say. Give it trample. Give it trample. Give it, like, give it anything. Oh man, you give. What's the red one? Archetype. It is aggression, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh. Archetype of aggression? Yeah. Drop that earlier, then Ashen Monstrosity, and just keep slamming into stuff every turn with it. Enjoy. Sowing Salt. This is this is the one that this is the one that is going to be the easiest to play and the hardest to trigger. Like this beats Eradicate in my opinion in being easy to trigger. I'm using trigger the wrong way here. There's no triggered abilities. I'm talking about, what you have to be able to hit with it. Um, Everyone's gonna have something. Mm, yeah, because by the time you want to play this, somebody's gonna have a viable target. You're just not gonna be able to find anything useful to extract out of it. The blue one is going to be the easiest one that can hit a thing and then can also find stuff, but it's going to be much less frequent that you'll be able to. I don't know. Blue and red seem about on par with how easy it is to turn them on. It's just the blue one. The blue one is more likely. The blue one actually has options on what it can remove. This is actually possible. So, again, that being said, Sowing Salt, where Sowing Salt does get people wanting to play it, is in formats like Modern, where they want something to remove Tron pieces. Frostling, no, don't play Frostling. You want this effect, you play Mog Fanatic. Um, Even if you want on a spirit, you can probably find a better spirit than that. Torn to Stone. Again, don't play this. You want this effect. There are, I mean, you can do 5 damage if you're looking for dealing a bunch of damage to a target. You can deal 5 damage for 2 mana. What are you called? Scorching Shot. 2 red, sorcery, 5 damage, target creature. Thunk. Or Betrayer's Bargain. 2 mana, additional cost, sack a creature or enchantment or pay 2. 5 damage target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So it can be a 4 mana instant. Compare this. Yeah. But again, for 4 mana, give me Aftershock instead. Clash of Realities. All spirits have. So, 4 mana enchantment. All spirits have. When this permanent enters, you may have it deal 3 damage to target non-spirit creature. Non-spirit creatures have. When it enters, you may have it deal 3 damage to target spirit creature. Again, this is the sort of thing that I turn around and I want to have like a Mask with Nexus and then Fractured Identity yet, I think. Give everybody a copy so everyone, because now everyone has spirits in play. You have no spirits in play, and you go, and I drop like 6 goblins. Cool. Ping, 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 ping. What? Clash of Realities. Can't you see it's what it's... There we go. Can't you see what it says on the tin? I'll get this this direction pointing done properly eventually. Anyway, yeah. Again, I can see use for it. It's not easy, but I can see it. Blade Main Baku. Spirit or Arcane. So it's a 1/1 for 2 mana. Spirit or Arcane, put a key counter on it. Pay 1 and remove key counters to give it +2 power till end of turn. Again, you let the stuff build up. You make it unblockable. And then you swing for a whole bunch. And then you fling for a whole bunch and probably kill somebody that turn. Again, easy way to kill somebody. Well, you'll kill one person, but still. Shinka Gatekeeper. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, deals that much damage to you. That damage being dealt to me, like you could end up with a feedback loop if you throw something like um I always get them mixed up. I want to say Guilty Conscience. No, Pariah. I think it's Pariah. All damage to be dealt to you is dealt to enchanted creature instead. So damage to be dealt to me is dealt to the creature. And you end up in this little feedback loop that can't stop. Because it's not a may, it's a it is. Yeah. So somebody has to kill the creature Somebody has to kill the gatekeeper with an effect that doesn't deal damage. Because otherwise it's just going to end up in a cycle. That being said, if you've got some kind of effect that says whenever this is dealt damage, oh, oh, what's the equipment called? Blazing Sunsteel. Whenever quick creatures dealt damage deals that much damage to any target. Yeah, that thing. Whenever quick creature, also Fiend Lash. Whenever quick creatures dealt damage deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. So that's going to be 5 damage. 6, 7, 8 if you've got Blazing Sunsteel also attached. Oh wow. Yeah, Shinka Gatekeeper. Okay. So you play Boros, Shinka Gatekeeper, Blazing Sunsteel, Fiend Lash, both on it. Whenever it's dealt damage, and then you throw Pariah on it, you take a point of damage somehow, or thus gets a point of damage dealt to it somehow. And next thing you know, it's going to be dealing 1 damage anywhere, plus another 8 damage to a player or planeswalker. Oh. Oh no. Forget the Sunsteel. Fiend Lash is a... Fiend Lash. Fiend Lash plus Shinka Gatekeeper plus Pariah. Oh no, that's not a feedback loop. Oh yes, it is. Because you take the I'll figure it out. If you have both on, you can keep burning yourself and then deal some of the damage one way and some of the damage elsewhere. At any rate. Yeah, that can be silly. Green. Scaled Hulk. 6 mana for 4. It's fine. I'm not like it. Can you cast Can you regularly cast many spirits or arcane spells in the same turn? I would assume spirit spells realistically. If you've got a spirit that you can cast that you can somehow return back to your hand, so you can just keep doing this with it. Just thing like war drums, boom, 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 boom. If you can do that, this can end up really huge, and then you attack with it. But it doesn't have anything like trample, unfortunately. Uproot, put target land on top of its owner's library. We arrived at the battlefield too late. Again. Another error on your part, and you will have to answer to me personally. General Takano, letter to the Imperial Mapmaker. Yeah, unfortunately, when you're in a war against the Kami, having the terrain suddenly change what's going to be where, is a thing I would expect to be a potential concern. Um, yeah, the general's not happy. Format is slowed down by one land isn't. Yeah, yeah, no. In general, I agree. Um, I I'd rather blow up a land, but to blow up a land, even in green, you can do that. At least three different cards that I can think of. Um, yeah, I mean that being said, do keep in mind that there's a lot of lands in Commander that do see play that produce more than one mana. So if somebody if somebody plays like Simic Growth Chamber, let's say. Okay, so they played the Growth Chamber. It came into play tapped. When it entered, they had to take another land and brought it back to play, or brought back to hand. And then you hit Uproot and put it back on top of their library. If they play it again, they have to return another land back to hand. And I'm only using Simic Growth Chamber as a convenient example. Any land of this sort of nature is going to have this kind of problem. A lot of lands that can produce more than one mana are going to have some kind of drawback attached to them. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them are. If somebody decides to do something like throw a bunch of enchantments on the same land, you're going to have a similar problem. Let's say, because to use Pauper as a simple example, there's decks out there that are based around, Forest, Arbor Elf, turn to um, play play a land, tap it, put an enchantment on this land. Now this taps for two, so we'll tap it, put two more enchantments on it, untap it with the Arbor Elf. This is now a 4 mana producing land. Okay. And I cast, I don't know, one Fully Acid Moss, ramping myself by another land, and blowing up one of yours. If you've got a commander player doing something of that kind of nature, and you cast Uproot on the land that's got all these auras on it, now, am I expecting that? Yeah. But whether or not they get the land back, they're going to lose all the enchantments, which is the more relevant part. You know, getting them behind, because you're also causing them a draw step. So, it depends on the kind of depends on the kind of games that you're looking for too. I don't think I would bother with it, but again, it also depends on the kind of deck that you're trying to play. Uh, Something like this, I would rather have a more flexible card. I'm paying 4 mana. I'd rather have more flexibility. As I said it before, tonight, Beast Within I would much prefer. But I mean, sometimes putting the land on top, and again, depends on what. Yeah, Yeah, it is. It is situationally, like in certain situations it can be good, and the entire thing of this is trying to figure out where it would actually be good. The other thing to keep in mind is if you've got something like oh, what do you call it? Oh, treasure map, is that the one I'm thinking of? Uh yes. Yeah, if you've got treasure map and you have it transformed and you have run out of treasures and you need to be able to start drawing cards again, it gives you a way. You can put the treasure cove back on top of your deck, recast as treasure map, or maybe you need the scry feature more. So it does give you a way to combo with a card you might already be playing. So I'm not saying I'm not saying it's a great way to do it, but it does have potential uses. I would probably rather play Uproot over Scaled Hulk. I think I can find more useful utility out of Uproot. But Oko Pupil, 3 mana, you get a 2/2, flips into a 4/3 with Trample, which is kind of nice. Remove a creature from them to almost giant growth. Okay. Like starting off as a 3 mana 2/2 is meh, but only having to cast two spells of a given category, but only having to cast two spells to turn it into a 4/3 trample is not bad. I think generally speaking, I would rather have um, Thrashing Brontodon, which is a 3/4 that I can uh, sack to blow up enchantments or artifacts. But if I'm looking for a more aggressive deck, this should not be hard. Is there a spirit that proliferates when it enters? Probably. Proliferate. No, but there's Grateful Apparition, which when it deals combat damage to somebody, you proliferate. Anything that's got Changeling? Nope. No. I can already answer that. The proliferate mechanic did not yet exist when Arcane came out. It would be a few years different, a few years since. Or it would be a few more years before proliferate came out. Yeah, proliferate came out during Scars of Mirrodin, I think. Um, Release date. Yeah, Scars of Mirrodin, which was 2010, and this came out in 2005. So yeah, you'd have to wait 5 more years. But yeah, Badoka Pupil, not a bad card. Shadow of Thorns, is. I'm not sure the doctor would appreciate that, but that's another. That's another. That's a discussion for another day. Child of Thorns, 1 green, sack it to give creature +1/+1 till end of turn. I think. I feel like there's ways to, like, combo shenanigans with this, especially since it is a 1 mana spirit, and so anything that's got Soul Shift is going to want it. Probably more so than some of these other cards. Yeah, Child of Thorns for back then was fine. Um, if you're if you're playing that, I think you really need a way to combo kill with it, or not. Well, maybe not combo. Well, no, you would be trying to combo kill with it somehow, getting it back over and over and over again. That being said, you're also in green. You do have access to cards like Genesis, Eternal Witness. Uh, Actually, I prefer Genesis for this effect because you can use it while it's in the graveyard to bring stuff back to your hand. Genesis. This thing. The beginning of your upkeep, if he's in your graveyard, you can pay green +2. If you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And so you can regularly keep bringing Child of Thorns back at least every turn. If you want some kind of pump spell that's not an instant or sorcery, you can do stuff like that. Vital Surge, no, just no. There's better options. I mean, as I mentioned previously, during I think it was it Mirrodin or was it Darksteel? There was Nourish, which is like double green, instant, gain 6 life. So yeah, Vital Surge, no, just don't. If you're looking to spend a bunch of mana on gaining life, Taste of Paradise was basically the way it boiled down to was yeah. Nah, even if you're looking to waste mana, you've got better options. You've got Treetop Village. Just keep feeding your mana into that. And hey, look, it's a creature till end of turn. Hey, look, it's still a creature. Hey, look, it's still a creature. Hey, look, it's still a creature. But yeah, for life gain, honestly, if you're playing this, you're playing the wrong card. Even if you're looking to gain a bunch of life because you want to do, yeah, or whoops, this, which was Darksteel. Half a mana more, but 6 life. Oh, that thing. Uh, is that one? Yeah. Life goes on. Gain 4 life, and if a creature died, you gain 8 instead. Yeah. There's enough ways to gain chunks of life in green that if that's a thing that you're specifically looking for, don't play Vital Surge. Rojukai. 3 mana. If you control a forest, each blocked creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Note the fact you do not have to be involved in the combat. This is something a lot of people miss. Each blocked creature. Okay, you're attacking with these. I'll block with these. Okay, so... Oh! I have a force and pay. I'll pay 3 mana. Yeah, that's only if you're splicing it. But yes. You could also choose somebody who's not involved in the combat. You're attacking, you're blocking. I'm going to splice this out of this by letting you gain 5 life. Wait, what? So yeah, Rojukai, because Commander, I can see that actually seeing play. To just almost giant growth a team. Body of Jukai. 9 mana for an 8/5 trample with Soul Chef of 8. This is one of those Soul Chef cards, unlike the ones that we saw in black that we were talking about earlier, like Crawling Filth. What was it? Crawling Filth, and I think there was another one I saw. Who else did we have? Was there just the one that we dealt with? I think so. I don't think Red had any. No, Red had... Nope. Yeah, so for the quote-unquote bad cards, it's only the black one that we dealt with, which was Crawling Filth. Which had, 6 mana for Soul Shift of 5. Eh? But you're playing that because it's got Soul Shift. Body of Jukai, you're... Like, this is a creature that you're not embarrassed to play that has Soul Shift. It's a little weak on the creature side. But it's not so weak that it's like, why would you bother playing this? And the fact that it's got Soul Shift of 8, which means you can bring back almost any spirit that you would actually care about. Including a bunch of legendary spirits that you might actually want to be playing in that deck. Are the patrons... I don't remember if the patrons are... Let's see if I can find him here. Yeah, patron of the Orochi is a spirit. So it's a not unreasonable option. That yeah. So Body of Jukai, I think I'd be fine playing in a deck that I think if I had a reasonable number of spirits, again, like I don't think I'd even need 10 to be okay playing this. I just want the spirits that I did have access to be like good enough to want to bring them back for another, another spin. Maybe if there's a spirit that's got Evoke, I don't know. There's at least one. No, really. Then what is... You're an elemental. And Revayark is going to be the same in it. Yeah, you're both elementals. That's sad. I had a feeling I thought they were spirits, but they're elementals. Oh well. But yeah, Soul Shift, you should be able to find enough that you want to be able to bring back for another go. And an 8/5 trample for 9 is serviceable. It's big enough that people actually, if they're not spot removaling it and having to kill it in combat, they're actually having to devote, put actual effort into dealing with it. Splinter. Again, what I said before about Scarab plus Enchanted Evening, this is the same problem with, um, Splinter plus Mycosynth Lattice. You you look at what they've got in play, you go, cool. Nice, you know, nice snow-covered waste you got. Exile it. What? Well, I've got Mycosynth Lattice in place, so it's now an artifact. Exile it. Now I'll go through your deck and exile all the other snow-covered wastes you got. Oh, by the way, let me see what's in your hand. Oh, you got 2 more here. Let's just get rid of those for you. And yeah. Again, easy to break and only requires one other card to do it, which is already a bit of danger to deal with. And so we've gone from the stuff that's to already, already on the second row. And I've already see 3 cards on the second row that I'm actually not unhappy with. Unchecked growth. It's okay. Again, I think what saves it here is the fact that it's got Arcane. Because unfortunately, oh, alright, fine. Mana value less than 4. So there's Bestow Greatness, Colossal Growth. If you can kick it, works that way. Confidence from Strength, larger than life. That's the one I was thinking with. Larger than life. +4/+4 in trample to land a turn. Yeah, I could have sworn there was. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. I know what I'm thinking of. Sort by color. Run Amok would do it. Blitzball Shot, Fanatical Strength, Overprotect, Predator Strike, Staggering Size. Like, if you want to be able to give a healthy boost and trample to land a turn, you have 6 cards at least. 5 if you're going green. 1.5 if you're going red, and 8 if you're going Gruul. And none of them are sorcery, they're all instant. So yeah, unchecked growth, there's only one card that actually does that and solely gives trample. But I think you could probably get better than that. You know what? Uh, oh yeah, and mana value equals 3. Sort by... Yeah, it's fine. So Waken the Bears 3, Bestows 4, 3, 3. Wild Size maybe. Plus 4 is not unreasonable for 3 mana. Or Stampede, which is a card a lot of people forget exists. Oh, I need to throw that into my Elves deck. What? Yeah, I want to throw this into my Lathril Elves deck. I really got to make a note of you. God, I love having this list. Um, but yeah, so eh, for what it's actually trying to do, it's not easy to find something that does that. But you can get plus 3 and trampled easily enough. You're basically looking at bestow greatness, and then after that, you're looking at unchecked growth. So, okay, yeah, I can see that. Nod Mass, 3 mana, 3/3 vanilla creature. Even if you're playing vanilla dot deck, this has been outclassed by Nessian Cursor, which is like 1 green plus 2. And if you're considering playing this straight up, like, again, what you want to compare this to in terms of modern day cards is Jewel Thief. Again, 1 green plus 2 for a 3/3, but has Vigilance, Trample, and when it enters, create a treasure. And when I started playing, this would have been a rare and still had a drawback. P.S. Mythics didn't exist yet. Can you find something vaguely equivalent? Now, to be fair, I consider Jewel Thief to be like at the top end of what you can do with a common. You know, this is incredibly strong for a common. So, can you find something around that level ish? You know, maybe bring it down a couple of notches for this. Now, what is vanilla? Power greater than 3 or toughness greater than 3? Mana value equal 3. Color equal green. If you're looking for a vanilla creature, you can get a 2/4 or a 4/2, which averages out to a 3/3. Or get Leatherback Baloth. Okay. So depending on what you're looking for, maybe. You might have to. Um, but obviously you try and play you're already spending double green. Spending triple green on a vanilla creature should not be much harder. And you get a 4/5. Iwamori of the Open Fist. 4 mana for 5/5 trample. When it enters, each opponent may put a legendary creature card from their hand on the battlefield. Let's be honest here. A lot of people don't run much in terms of legendary creatures in their 99. Are they likely to run some? Sure. But let's go for my squee deck for a moment. Details. So, Squee himself, Ulamog, Rograk, Valduk, that's 3, plus my general, which shouldn't be in my hand. Could be in my hand, but shouldn't be in my hand. That's 3. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, if you want it here. That's my list of decks that I'm looking at. Um, let's try. Have I puzzled out my is it list yet? No, not yet. Um, let's try. Let's try Sharoom. I feel like Sharoom might have more. Details. Elageth, Ormos, Urtai, Savitri. Said a legendary creature card, didn't it? Runetail, Safara. 6. Um. Oh, Etrata. Surely Etrata will have more. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. 10. Even a deck that I expected to have a lot only has 10. Which means I might have one creature to drop in a play when my opponent drops Iwamori. And it might not even be worth playing in a play at that point. It might be. It might not be. So, yeah. And that's a deck that's got a healthy number of them because I'm running God cards. Because that's my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Wait, what? Yeah, that's my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. It's a deck based around a lot of things that you see in Yu-Gi-Oh. Still need to figure out how to drop Pot of Greed into there. But that's another story. Um, Forked Branch Garami, 5 mana for 4/4 with Soul Shift 4 twice. If you're playing a Soul Shift deck, you play this. Again, 5 mana for 4/4 that has no abilities until it dies is still okay. It's, I'm not enthralled with it, but it's not depressing. It's not a card I'm unhappy to play. Do I wish it was bigger? Sure, but that's also like the common problem of, seeing a sorcery and going, man, I wish it was an instant, or, a similar problem. There's always, if only this had, you see this, you see this in card games, you see this in role-playing games, you see this in computer games, you see this when you're looking at components, when you're looking at hell, when you're looking at people in relationships, whether it's your own or somebody else's, there's always if only it. Yeah. That being said, it's a 5 mana 4/4. It's still a reasonable size for its cost, and when it dies, you can potentially get 2 creatures back to your hand. Okay, they'll be on the smaller side, but you can get them back. And, they're probably somewhere in the ballpark of 2/2 to 3/3. So it's almost like hitting Collected Company, but from your graveyard. So it should be fine. Oh yeah, next card, Nourishing Troll. Yeah, that's going to be a lot better than, that's going to be so much better. So much better than Vital Surge. Okay. Artifacts. We can get through the artifacts quickly. Slumbering Torah. You have to be playing, realistically, you have to be playing Spirit Tribal to make this worth it. You pretty much can't make this worth playing without playing Spirit Tribal, which means you have to be running a lot of spirits and have to way to get them back. Yeah, have to have a way to get them back, which is where Soul Shift comes in. Let's not mince words. And in fact, Slumbering Torah plays actually plays pretty nicely with Forked Branch Garami having Soul Shift twice, because that gives you potentially 2 4-drops that you can pitch, which means being able to activate this twice. So if you can turn around, oh, that's funny. If you Splinter Twin, if you Splinter Twin if you Splinter Twin Garami, when it dies at the end of turn because of Splinter Twin, you get the 2 triggers. So you can do this like every 3 turns to keep feeding the Torah. Then have some kind of payoff for discarding cards, or some kind of payoff apart from the Torah. Some kind of payoff for creatures dying, some kind of payoff for creatures leaving the graveyard. So you could build around the Torah. Okay. Oh, Ornate Kanzashi. Oh. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Ornate Kanzashi. I almost think I'm thinking how much colored mana can I create in mono brown? What? Yeah, how much colored mana can I create in mono brown? Visual spoiler. I don't care about you. I don't care about you. Nothing there makes mana. Nope. Reusability. Nope. Actual cost reducers per se. Nope. Nope. Euro colorless. Your spend chromatic orrery. Chromatic orrery. Yeah. Okay, so chromatic orrery is the only way I have to do it. So maybe another deck. But chromatic orrery though. How much is chromatic orrery these days anyway? Chromatic orrery. God damn it. God, that's a pain in the ass word to spell. So, roughly, so 55 Canadian. Or what do you do? So, 40 to 60 US, realistically. Oh, that's funny. The promo pack ones are cheaper? 49. Okay. 55. Okay. Guess it depends on what you're looking for. Anyway. But yeah. I would. Oh. Oh, that would be funny. I have Azorius Mill built. I could throw that into Azorius Mill and go from there. Because that's one way to mill somebody out. Is go, hey, by the way, because that's built with persistent petitioners. Unattached Shuriken deals 2 damage to target creature. That creature gains control of Shuriken, unless it was unattached from a ninja. Ah. But it's the Shuriken that's dealing the damage. No, I mean, to be fair, if you're playing Ninja Tribal, then being able to go, you know, 2 tap, 2 damage to creature, you know, pay 2, tap target, tap target creature, 2 damage to target creature. Just, okay. But, You'd have to be the best way I could see to play that would be some kind of Ninja Tribal-ish deck. Some kind of Ninja Tribal-ish deck. And you have, let me think here. Either your ninjas have got Death Touch, or you've got something in play like Humility or a similar effect that shrinks your opponent's creatures down to much smaller than they should be. I mean, Death Touch would also flavor-wise be the more sensible option. But yeah, I'm not feeling Shuriken. I'm not finding a good spot for Shuriken. Am I mad? I'm more feeling Ornate Kanzashi and Slumbering Tora as buildable. Baku Ultra isn't too bad. Again, wanting a payoff for playing Spirit and Arcane spells. Um, you know, I That's a weird looking thing. Pardon me. Oh, it's past midnight here. I should finish up soon. Um, yeah, I can see it, but I mean for this kind of effect, what you really want is something along the lines of Murmuring Mystic, or even better, um, nope. Uh, no. What's the card I'm thinking of then? Oh wait, no. Did not have flying. The beginning of each upkeep. What were you? What were you? Really? I can't be misremembering that. The beginning of each upkeep. Luminous Angel. Wasn't there one that was? I could have sworn there was one that was like Verdant Force. Is that Verdant Force? No. Copy. O colon. Sort by color. Okay. Then the only one there is came out recently. I could have sworn there was one older than that. But I guess I'm thinking Luminous Angel. But now we got Illustrious Wanderglyph, which will do what I'm thinking of. Each upkeep, you get a gnome. I must be. Maybe I'm crossing Celestial Force with it. Or maybe it's not an upkeep trigger. Anyway, um, but yeah, there are. Yeah, I feel like there's better ways to run this without having to go spirits. That being said, again, if you are playing spirits, this is perfectly fine. This is perfectly serviceable. Do keep in mind, though, you want this in play before you cast too many spirit cards. You don't want this to be like in the bottom third of your deck. You want this to be in like. You want this to be able to hit play, I would say at the latest by about turn 5 or so. So you might want to find some way to tutor it up in some capacity. Um, you know, Wargate, Tinker, um, you know, Enlightened Tutor, something. You don't. I wouldn't play a lot of effects like that, but just even if you're just doing like a one shot, I have one demonic tutor. You know, having a couple of demonic tutors or something. Not demonic tutor itself, obviously, but demonic tutor, infernal tutor, something. Okay, not infernal tutor. Diabolic intent. There we go. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, yeah. I would play these first two before the next two most of the time. Ronin War Club. Oh, this is funny. Whenever a creature you control enters, attach this equipment to that creature. This is a Swerve card. And I'm not saying it's good here. But it's hilarious when you have an effect um like raise the alarm, which makes, you know, more than one creature at like in a single instance. Cuz it's like Soul Warden, whenever a creature enters under your control, do a thing. With Soul Warden, it's gain life. With their own War Club, it's attach, attach. So if you've got an effect that makes 5, sapling tokens, or, well, I know there's one that does, I think there's one that does 4. Attach, 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 attach. Although where this is funnier is Pandemonium. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, that creature's controller may have it deal damage equal to its power to any target of their choice. So, whenever a creature enters, So they both have the same trigger. So if you have 4 creatures enter at the same time, you're going to get Pandemonium trigger 4 times, and Ronin War Club trigger 4 times. So stack them so that Pandemonium on the stack first, then the War Club, then Pandemonium, then War Club, then Pandemonium, then War Club. Triggers resolve. War Club attaches to the first token. Let's assume they're all 1/1s. Then Pandemonium sees the creature entering. You choose your target, but you don't look at the power until the ability goes to resolve. Oh look, it's going to deal 3 damage. Then the next War Club trigger resolves and attaches to the next 1/1. And Pandemonium does it again. So all you have to do is find a way to make a bunch of tokens with Pandemonium out. The triggered ability does not check the creature's power until the ability resolves. Yeah, so enjoy that. So Ronin War Club with Pandemonium and any effect that can create a bunch of tokens, a bunch of creatures all at once. And here's the thing, they don't even have to be tokens. They can be, they don't have to be. You could mass reanimate. Bring back, a bunch of 10/10s. Say I've got 6 creatures in my graveyard. They're all 6/6s on average. So that's 6 creatures coming back. They'll all be 8 power if I'm doing the same thing. That would be 48 damage getting thrown in chunks of 8 at people or things. Yeah. Blinding Powder. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt to this creature this turn. No. There's better fog effects. No, just no. Play. Yeah. So far I'm seeing Tora, Kanzashi, and the War Club. Whenever a quick creature deals damage to a creature. Wow. Deals damage to a creature, tap that creature. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as this equipment remains on the battlefield. Wow. Okay. So, what I was saying before about Brothers of Fire? Equip the Nakote to it. To the brothers. Just ping the creatures that are on the board, and as long as you've got Nakote, they don't untap. Sure, you might take like 15 damage, but their creatures aren't untapping. You probably still want Urza's armor for that. Whenever a quick creature deals damage to a player, that player loses 1 life. Well, the Brothers of Fire deal 1 damage to each. So maybe you want to different card that's got a similar kind of pumpable effect. Um, oh, Kamado Master Yamabushi. Yeah, this used to be a combo piece in Vintage back in the day when people were playing World Gorge or Dragon combo. That was the silly deck, which generated basically infinite mana. And then you turn around and reanimate this and go, hey, by the way, I'll spend all that mana and kill you. Yeah. Um, so yeah, Nikote, sees play, can combo kill. Well, can I shouldn't say can combo kill, but can like be used to like kill your opponent. Step one, shut down the creatures. Orb of Dreams. Um, Permanents enter tapped. I mean, here's the thing. Permanents enter tapped. There are ways to make this useful. Um, my my primary slot that I have for this is is my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. And since I've mentioned it a couple times already, let's just go over it quickly. It's basically taking a bunch of terms and stuff that you hear from Yu-Gi-Oh and grabbing Magic and saying, "Hey, by the way, do you have this?" So, here's some traps. Here's my Exodia and ways to find Exodia. Here's here's some God cards, some of which even claim to be Egyptian, like the Scarab God. And God Eternal Bond too. Defense position, i.e., making stuff enter, having stuff entered or be tapped. Uh, Play restriction, apparently from after talking to, because I actually asked some Yu-Gi-Oh players about basic things that are common in Yu-Gi-Oh, and only being able to cast, only being able to play cards at certain times. You can only activate this effect when, when slash if blah, for example, is a is an actual thing in Yu-Gi-Oh. So I have some of that. Um, Fusions, Xyz, Ritual Monsters, similar, have a similar, they all have a similar feel to them. Mechanically, they're all similar to an extent, i.e., you take some cards, you put them to, you basically you sacrifice, banish, whatever, cards to create this. Um, and sometimes you get them out of your deck, and sometimes they come out of your extra deck. Uh, or sometimes you literally take two parts that are in play and go merge, thunk. And so that's what these guys are for. Play from exile. It's relatively easy, to so what we call exile, Yu-Gi-Oh calls banished. Um, these allow you to do things with cards that are exiled. So Temporal Anchor being the best option here. during your turn, whenever you basically beginning of your upkeep, scry 2. If you would scry and put cards on the bottom of your library, you exile those, and then during your turn, you can play those cards that have been exiled because of the anchor. Face down. Yes, face down cards are very much a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh. Your spells and traps, most of the ones that people play enter face down. Removal. Angaric Spike and Plague Wind, those are there to be Regaki, which blows up everything on the board that's not yours. Mana Rocks, there's not really a way around Mana Rocks. Dual lands, spells the, duelist way, as opposed to, two types. No, the two players. Different spelling. Spelt that way. And then just some like other lands. But that is the Yu-Gi-Oh deck in a nutshell. And yeah, Orb of Dreams is in there because it forces creatures to enter in defense position. That which was taken. Put a divinity counter on on target permanent other than that which was taken. Each permanent with a divinity counter on it has indestructible. This god held prisoner in human hands has put all humanity in the hands of... Oof. Yeah. Yeah, this is a card that you're going to want for a lot of decks, unsurprisingly, because it makes your stuff indestructible. Hey, by the way, if you can take that divinity counter and move it from something else onto that which was taken, because it's you put the divinity counter on something else, but each permanent, not each other permanent with a divinity counter, has indestructible. Enjoy. Shuko, combo piece. You play this if you're playing a combo deck because it has equip cost of 0. That is the relevant piece. It allows you to infinitely target, and by the way, attached to target creature. Yes, target creature you control, but target creature, not another target creature. So you can keep you can keep targeting the creature that has Shuko attached to it with the Shuko, and you can just, it doesn't move, but you can keep doing it. Mirror Gallery. Mirror Gallery is Mirror Gallery. The legend rule doesn't apply. Really big if you want to play and not have to worry, but like if you want to do Splinter Twins type shenanigans and actually have stuff stick around, yeah. And then Umezawa's Jete. We all know about Umezawa's Jete. I'm not going to bother going on about because Jete is Jete is Jete. Getting jitty with it. And then lands, there's only 2. God's Eye, Gate to the Reikai. Taps for colorless. And when it gets blowed up, you get a 1/1 spirit. And Tendo Ice Bridge. They keep trying to find ways to make City of Brass, but make it painless. And it's been hard to create it in such a way that it's useful and doesn't actually have a drawback per se. It's been difficult. This is one of their earlier attempts. Because sometimes they're like, let's remake City of Brass. Let's make City of Brass, but different. Okay, so, um, Grand Coliseum. So, City of Brass. Whenever it becomes tapped, 1 damage to you. Tap for any color. Grand Coliseum. Enters tapped, taps for colorless, tap for any color, but it deals 1 damage to you. What were you called? You did 3. Right. Turner's Citadel. Enters untapped. Tap for colorless. Tap 1 mana of any color. Deals 3 damage to you. Very similar to how the Grand Coliseum works. Doesn't enter tapped. But pings you for 3. But here's the thing. Realistically, you're not going to be using Turner's Citadel very often for colored mana. Probably after about, well, we're playing Commander, right? So starting off with 40 life. I would say that in general, probably after about 3 or 4 attempts, which, to be fair, we'll say 10 life on average, you're probably tapping it for colorless. Especially since if you're playing this card, you're already running other 5 color lands. It won't take, no, or at least enough other lands that can tap for more than 1 color. Probably more than 2. So not that big a deal. But they kept trying to figure out, well, first let's try and recreate City of Brass, and now we've got Mana Confluence. Which is basically the more succinct version of either of those. But they kept trying to figure out ways to recreate City Brass without doing the pinging bit. Tendo Ice Bridge, in and of itself, will only work for colored mana once. Again, as I mentioned before, it would take about 5 years until Proliferate came around. Nowadays, you have the ability. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Proliferate? What I meant was this deals with charge counters. What does Core Tapper say? Put charge counter on target artifact. Huh. Shame. Charge counter on target artifact. So, if you can make this into an artifact, which, to be fair, is not hard. Let's say What are you called? What are you called? What are you called? Liquid metal coating. Cool. Core tapper, tap, sack. Here's 3 more counters. Etc., etc. That'll actually stay around long enough so you can actually keep it going with proliferate, etc. But yeah, they keep, and I think this is where all the filter lanes start coming from. Shimmering Grotto, you know, and and cards of that nature. You know, between that and you know, Wizard School and that cycle from Homelands. I think between those, that's how they decided. I think that's where they came upon, um, cards like Shimmering Grotto. Tendo Icebridge, though, feels like the first attempt, well, one of the first attempts, I should say, at trying to recreate your City Brass variants without using pain. To be fair, this is also where nope, nope. Oh yes, it's also where Forbidden Orchard from the previous set came from. It's a City of Brass that doesn't ping you, but it gives your opponent a spirit, which will eventually attack for damage. But again, you only need to do it a couple of times, and then you don't have to worry about tapping it for mana. And again, thankfully, these do not fly. Anyway, that is it for tonight. Next week would be Saviors. Mechakoro. I might do Mechakoro. Very much a combo piece. I kind of want to say Mechakoro. Coming of the Crescent Moon, like, so far, like, this entire top row all feels like stuff you get from Commander. All 4 of these all feel Commander. And like Mechakoro, realistically, it's Saviors, Masters 25, Commander 21, Dominaria United Commander. Freed from the Real, Saviors, Masters 25, a Secret Lair Drop. Oh, that looks cool. I don't know what you're supposed to be from, but that looks cool. And the list. Coming of the Crescent Moon, Saviors, Conspiracy Take the Crown, Secret Lair Drop, and Crimson Vow Commander. And Sakashima the Imposter, Saviors, the list, and a Secret Lair Drop. And it's going to be tough to try and figure out which one to do. I just might do John Avon's Mechakoro, though. Anyway, that is it for tonight. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully it won't be another nearly 7 hours stream tonight or next week. Uh, yeah. Anyway, have a good night, everyone. See you next week.